Good afternoon and welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District March 8th Board Meeting. I am AESD Board President Jackie Philbeck and I call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Para español puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 337-628-2049. Cuando se la pida, introduzca el PIN 778-249-503 y la tecla numeral. Any member of the public has an opportunity to address the board in person during the agendized public comment sessions, or they may choose to submit their public comments online by 12 p.m. or in person by 6:30 p.m. today. Comments submitted online will be read during the appropriate agendized public comment session. Let's begin with board roll call. To my far right, Board Member Juan G. Alvarez.
Present.
Board Member Mark A. Lopez.
Present.
Board Member Dr. Paulo Magales.
Here.
Board Clerk Ryan A. Relis.
Here.
And myself, Board President Jackie Philbeck. Public speakers for closed session agenda items. There are none that were received as of 12 p.m. today. So I'd like to adjourn to closed session.
So
May I have a
moved.
motion?
Second, Alvarez.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Thank you. We will move to closed session.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Hello. Just a quick announcement, everyone. We are offering interpreting. If anyone needs interpreting for today's meeting, we have devices available for Spanish interpretation. Buenas noches a todos. Solamente un anuncio breve. Si alguien necesita interpretación, tenemos aparatos disponibles para interpretación en español. Gracias.
everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District, March 8th Board Meeting. I am AESD Board President Jackie Philbeck, and I call this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Spanish interpretation of the board meeting is available to attendees. Para español, puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 337 628-2049. Cuando se le pida, introduzca el PIN 778-249 503 y la tecla numeral. Let's begin with the flag salute. Do we have someone? Okay.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you.
Okay, now introductions and roll call. To my far right, Juan G. Alvarez, board member.
Good evening, everybody. Hello.
Mark Lopez, board member.
Good evening, everyone.
Dr. Paulo Magalas.
Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all tonight.
Ryan Rellis, board clerk.
Hello.
I'm your board president, Jackie Philbeck. Good evening, everyone. To my left, Dr. Christopher Downing, our superintendent.
Good evening, everyone.
Dr. Mary Grace, our assistant superintendent of educational services.
Hello, everybody.
Dina Melland, our assistant superintendent of human resources.
Good evening.
Jesse Chavarria, our assistant superintendent of administrative services.
Hi, everyone.
Back over to my right, Tracy Golden, senior director of school safety and operations.
Good evening, everyone.
Yesenia Uranos, senior administrative assistant.
Good evening.
And in our back, our lovely interpreters, Alina Avilar Roque and Jasmine Anaya. Back over here to the far left, Janice Cato, our technology support technician. And in the back, I feel like the airplane, in the back, we have Brian Brooks and Benjamin Hausman, our media production specialists. Report of closed session action taken, and I have a few. Today, the board voted 5-0 to conditionally resolve litigation, I read the whole thing, right? Against JUUL Labs, Inc. and other defendants regarding liability and damages related to e-cigarette and vaping. Is that sufficient? Okay, don't have to go into the individual votes or anything. Okay. Next, in closed session, we took the following action. Adopted resolution number 2022-23/44 for the possible release and reassignment of one certificated administrative employee, and the vote was 5-0. And the third, we adopted resolution number 2022-23/47 for the non-reelection of one probationary certificated management employee with a 5-0 vote. Correct? Okay, so good with that. All right. Adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Alvarez.
Second, Rellis.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So that was all of us. There was no negatives or anything. Okay, got it. Our special order of business, none. News and updates. Parent leadership group updates, but there are none tonight. Our association updates. There is an association update from CSEA this evening to be provided by Cindy Staniker and Kathy Hurd. Welcome.
Everyone. My name is Cindy Staniker. I'm a retired payroll technician from the Anaheim Elementary School District. I'm currently on the executive board of our CSEA chapter here at the district. What I want to talk about is the importance of maintaining competitive salaries for our employees. Each year, the cost of living increases. Our employees depend on an increase in pay to survive. Of course, that is really the most important part of an annual increase to employees' salaries. But there's another reason that I would like to have you keep in mind during our negotiation process. Annual fair increases in salary are absolutely necessary to retain our amazing employees. If our employee salaries and benefits are not competitive, we will not retain competent employees. One example is my position. I retired in June of 2021. We hired a wonderful replacement who worked for a little over 6 months. My replacement was replaced, and that employee worked for a few months. We now have a third employee learning the payroll technician position. We must maintain competitive salaries to keep our employees. There are many other positions where this turnover is happening. Salary and benefits play such a huge role in employee retention. Please help us by considering employee retention during the negotiation process. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Sincerely, Cindy Staniker. Can you tell how nervous I get? Oh.
Good evening. As the Chapter 54 past president, I often wonder if this district understands the role the classified staff play in the success of this district. Don't get me wrong. We understand that teachers are fundamental to the education of our children, but teachers wouldn't be able to teach without the classified staff. We are also a fundamental piece in the education of our children. At the beginning of every school day, bus drivers are likely the first person in education many of our students and families see. Our transportation department picks up 2,259 students a day and transports them safely to and from school. School buses are considered the safest form of transportation in the United States, with the lowest percentage of accidents. That's not because the buses drive themselves. It's because mechanics, dispatchers, bus drivers, and clerical staff coordinate the complex dance of getting students to the school safely and on time. School office staff are the front line of making sure parents and students get the information they need to have a successful school year. They coordinate the school funding and attendance so that bills are paid correctly. They provide the supplies and equipment necessary for classrooms to function. If students are ill, hurt, or having a difficult day, it is the school office staff that takes the lead in providing support. If parents are in need of support or assistance, or to talk to teachers or administration, they start their education journey with the school or district office staff. If a bill needs to be paid, a staff member sustains an injury, or an illness needs to be addressed, a classified employee will assist in resolving the issue. If a supply needs to be ordered, distributed, replaced, or moved, a classified employee takes care of it. If a financial report is needed, an employee needs to be paid or reimbursed, a classified employee will see it gets taken care of. If a facility needs repair or replacement, plumbing, HVAC, or electricity, a classified employee will complete the task. If the grounds at a site need to be maintained, resurfaced, repaired, or replaced, a classified employee will see it gets done. If there is a technical problem that needs to be solved in the classroom, at the teacher's desk, or on a screen, with a phone, or with an application or database, a classified employee will be there to correct the issue. When a child arrives at their school, the first person to greet them is likely to be a campus supervisor or an instructional assistant. If there is an after-school program, bilingual class, conference, or IEP, a classified employee is likely to be interpreting or supporting the instructional staff.
If a book needs to be placed in a child's hand, it is the librarian that researches, orders, and labels it so that a child can check it out and take it home. The truth is, you need us. It is the classified staff that connects the parents and children to this district. Our problem is you ignore our suggestions, treat us with contempt, and overwork us to the point of exhaustion. You leave us out of important conversations and demand our obedience without understanding a single thing we do. You are losing us at an astonishing rate. You can't fill our positions, and many are at the breaking point with the amount of work that is being asked of us. If you continue to pile on more work on top of the work we are already doing, with little to no support or respect, there is a good chance you will lose more. You need to hire more support, and that won't happen without adequate wages, benefits, and recognition of what we do. You need us. Thank you.
If you're a classified employee, please stand up. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Downing, Cabinet, and community. My name is Maria Alejo, and I'm the CSEA Chapter Vice President. On behalf of the classified members, I'm excited to present our 2023-24 initial proposal opener for bargaining. We are looking forward to another year of collaborative and expeditious negotiations with the Anaheim Elementary School District. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We're now at 5C portion of our agenda, which is district news and updates. And I know there are some, so Dr. Mary Grace.
Good evening, board. I hope you all stay for all the wonderful presentations besides the news and updates. So here we go. On February 11th, we had an exciting display of our student artwork, and this is from the PTA Reflections Contest. Our students who won at our district level then went on to the county level, and their artwork was displayed for all of the county at the Orange County Department of Education at the 4th District PTA Reflections Gallery. And we thank our board members who attended. Pictured here is Ms. Philbeck and Mr. Alvarez, and I think Mr. Morales made his way over there as well. And Mr. Lopez, because he's always like in the shadows. Now, join me in congratulating our superintendent, Dr. Downing, for receiving the 2023 Administrator Award for Distinguished Support of Music Education. Dr. Downing Dr. Downing was presented this award at the AASA, which is the Superintendent's Association across the nation, on behalf of Save the Music at their national conference in Texas. And that was on February 18th. And he was joined not only by his loving family members, but our board members were able to have a sneak attack and surprised him and to support him in this effort. On February 21st, we held our second Community Schools Steering Committee, and we'll learn more about the process, but at this steering committee, we reviewed the 4 pillars and the framework for community schools, as well as talked about the next steps in the application process for schools that are looking to apply for round 2 funding. So again, we have a presentation where you'll learn more about that. This deserves a huge shout out. There's a 2nd grade teacher at Horace Mann Elementary, Miss Gail Felder. She's pictured here with her teammates, who coordinates through our after-school program, Anaheim Succeeds, and throughout the entire school campus, a study of the contributions of African Americans in the history, the art, the sports. It's amazing, this museum that she puts together with her colleagues. It includes personal artifacts from her family. I believe her great-grandfather was part of the Tuskegee Airmen. So there's artifacts from there. The children put together red-winged airplanes, replicas. One of the employees actually has some exclusive Kobe Bryant shoes that were on display. The students wrote about what they learned and how what they learned can impact their own future. So here's just a few pictures, and Ms. Felder informed us all that she will be retiring this year, and we told her, we know where you're going to be next February, on a tour in all of our schools to bring this wonderful history, art, and information to all of our students. She's pictured here with Dr. Downing and her second grade team, Miss Evans, Miss Woodson, and Miss La Señora Torres, and Mr. Magdaleno. And at least 2 of our board members made it out there, Ms. Felbeck and Mr. Lopez, to see the museum. And what was really amazing was she utilized, you can see it in the picture on the left, the plexi that we had. So when you walked through this display, it really did look like a museum, so that the artifacts were protected. So not only is it a great history lesson, but it was very innovative. On February 25th at St. Boniface Church, many of our community agencies came together to present on what are community schools. They held a community schools conference, and pictured here are many of our parents, and they were there to educate the community. Our S-Face department, Dr. Moreno and Ms. Roman were also joined them, and we continue to work with members of OCO. I always add an A to it, OCO, as we are building our understanding of what the community schools are and how we can partner to provide better services and resources to our families. And at the last board meeting, we talked about our PLI parent from AEOA, talked about the training that they received as trainers of trainers. So we have parenting workshops that it's a series of lessons that our parents take back to their school sites, and they teach our parents. And so far, 3 of our schools got started right away: Ross Elementary, Stoddard Elementary, and Horace Mann. In the afternoon on March 1st at Benjamin Franklin Elementary School, we held a parent engagement event to seek parent input for the ELOP, the Anaheim Succeeds program at Franklin, while their students attended a carnival outside. So it was kind of a win-win. The students were engaged and our parents were engaged, and we were able to get some very valuable input from the parents. On March 3rd, ACSA, which is the Association of California School Administrators, held their annual Every Student Succeeding Recognition Breakfast. It's held at the Bowers Museum, and this year a prize student, Michelle Vergara, received the award on behalf of the Anaheim Elementary School District for her resilience and strong leadership qualities. And she's pictured here with her family members and her classroom teacher, Ms. Cunningham. Then Vice Principal Ms. Doherty, who is now principal at the Online Academy, and Board Member Phil Beck. Also, during the first week of March, throughout Anaheim Elementary School District, we celebrated Dr. Seuss's birthday and Read Across America. So you can see many of our classrooms had special readers. We had our board members that came out and read. We had the City of Anaheim Mayor Aiken was there, as well as Council Member Leone. also at Betsy Ross, the K-Kids. And what that is at the high school level, there's the Key Club. So it's the Kiwanis Kids Club. They held a fundraiser on behalf of people who live in Turkey and in Syria to help them recover from the devastating earthquakes. And all the money will be given to a nonprofit agency. You can see the check in the top left picture. And the students raised $1,615 for that effort. So good for them, and amazing work on behalf of other students and communities in need. And the last time we saw pictures like this, it was our students who could not get down from the mountains. Fortunately, we had a bye week during that time, and our students were not up at our outdoor ed, but our wonderful, amazing transportation department was called upon to go up to support the Fullerton School District and the Centralia School District to bring their students back down. And as you can see in the pictures and you've seen on the news, it was not an easy feat. And I think I see some of our drivers in the room. So if you're in here, please stand up, because Miss Tammy, they have specialized mountain training to do this on a regular basis, but as we've all seen, it's a real amazing feat for them to go up there and get back down in these last few weeks. So thank you. And there's some messages from Fullerton, the great teamwork indeed, and special shout out to all the drivers braving the road conditions, and a giant thank you to our mechanics for helping us chain up. Also from the Centralia School District, from the superintendent and the parents of Miller Elementary School, they send their thanks and appreciation to the A1 Mountain Team. So again, thank you and congratulations. And also one of our council member, Kurtz, they came out to visit Anaheim Succeeds at Orange Grove, where the Anaheim Ballet presented an assembly to our students. So it was to, again, open opportunities and let the students and families in our community seek opportunities for their further advancement in the arts. And we're always appreciative of the Anaheim Ballet, whether it's the Nutcracker or bringing their students out to show our students the possibilities that they have. So thank you to Councilmember Kurtz and the Anaheim Ballet. And that concludes the news and updates for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grace. And I know I was in the same sweater, but a lot of those things were all on one day. It was like, here, 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 here. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, it's not like I wear the same thing every day, but a lot of the things last week, I think one day started at 8 and ended at 7 at night, so there was a lot of things, but it's always fun. Okay, on to item 6 of our agenda, public speakers. And Yesenia, is this what you've turned in now? This relates to, okay. These are now our public speakers for comments. And I would like to start with Sandra Castillo. Is she here? As number 1. Welcome.
Do we start? Good evening, board members and attendees. My name is Sandra Castillo.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me 1 second. You have 3 minutes, and Board Clerk Relis will hold up the yellow when there's 1 minute left and the red when your comments should finish. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Start it down. Okay, sorry. Okay, good evening, board members and attendees. My name is Sandra Castillo, and I am speaking on behalf of my fellow bus drivers and myself. As all of you are aware, the cost of living has changed drastically, and we need higher wages. We want you to keep in mind the regular wages in our classification. We waited over 10 years for our reclassification, And even though our reclassification has happened in 2021 and 2022 school year, it has not been approved. One of the most essential necessities is housing, and most drivers cannot afford to pay their rent or mortgage with only one salary. Therefore, most drivers have two jobs and work weekends. But we are limited to the hours we are allowed to work as bus drivers because of the high standards we are held by commercial drivers. With a school bus certificate, although some drivers live in neighboring cities, many drivers come from far away, like Moreno Valley, Corona, La Puente, or Los Angeles and Colton. We are on district time from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. and compensated only for 7 hours. We do appreciate our jobs and being part of the amazing district, but due to these times restrictions on our licensing, during the week, drivers are forced to work weekends. So we comply with the strict laws of our licensing. We are mindful that every position in the school district is important, but we are also aware that other classifications that do not have the requirements that bus drivers have are compensated at a higher range. On top of these laws and how we have to renew every 5 years, meaning our written test, driving test with the California Highway Patrol, Department of Transportation Medical, that we have to do every 2 years. All these requirements to be a school bus driver, if one of these are not met, we lose our jobs. Thank you for your time.
Excuse me. My next speaker is going to be Ruth Moratoya. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ruth Morataya. I'm a bus driver here at the district. I've been working here for over 10 years. And just to mention a few more points why we're asking for a pay increase on this new reclassification. As you are aware, we are 10-month employees. And summers are another challenge for us. Being able to survive without work is tough, especially now that everything has gone up in price. All essentials such as housing, gasoline, utilities, groceries, and childcare have increased, and we have not received a cost of living since 2007, 2008. It has actually been so long since we received a COLA that we do not know the exact year. We take pride in what we do, transporting our scholars safely to their destinations is our reward. Driving your own personal car comes with its own set of challenges, but driving a bus full of different personalities while keeping an eye on the distracted drivers on the road, it is a bigger threat. Our drivers have faced difficult situations when driving, such as the times the internet crashing brought the entire district to a standstill, and we were still able to get our scholars home safely in a timely manner. Another occasion was when our entire district staff was out sick, and the drivers came together to cover the route and make sure that all the scholars arrived at their destinations. Most recently, our mountains driver were asked to help different districts with getting their scholars off the mountains, and we do appreciate you guys recognizing them because we are proud of them too. All of the requirements it takes to keep our license, our school bus certificate, and all the challenges we face daily are just some of the reasons we are asking you for our reclassification to be approved and finalized. The increase is essential necessities to survive is the reason why we're asking for the COLA. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Marta Hernandez. Welcome.
Good evening, board members and attendants. My name is Marta Hernandez. I've been a bus driver for Anaheim Elementary for 22 years. I'm proud of that. The reason that I came here is to speak up on behalf of my fellow drivers and myself. I would like to share some facts with you. Do you know that we're subject to high standards even when we drive in our own cars? Because we are commercial drivers. Do you know that on top of our yearly training mandatory by the district, we still had to complete an additional training required by our department. This year was 4 hours extra. Do you know that in order to keep our certificate as a bus driver, we are required to complete a minimum of 10 hours of training per year? Do you know that we are also required to pass a medical exam every 2 years to keep our certificate? Do you know that every 5 years we are being tested by CHP officer in our knowledge and our driving skills? But before that, we had to complete at least 10 hours on in-room, on classrooms. We are constantly on training, and we are taking pride of our jobs and the responsibilities that we have. We keep a very good safety records, no accidents. If we make a mistake, it will affect a child's education, safety, or life. That's how much responsibility we hold in our hands. Do you know that there is 8 positions open right now for bus drivers? They've been posted for months with the title open until fills, and nobody applies. Do you know why? Because our salaries are not competitive. Other school districts pay higher salaries than us. People are looking for higher paid districts to work there, due to the economy. We can even hire the drivers that we need right now. There's a rumor going on that the schools wants to change the bell times. And when I heard that comment, I said that would be hard for us to do it because we barely have enough drivers to make the needs of the district. And what the answer was, well, you guys can hire more drivers. Well, the problem is we're facing a crisis right now. We need your help. We need a reclassification, and it's not the right thing that we are classified under positions that don't require the amount of training and responsibility that we have. We can even hire drivers right now because we're not competitive. I would like you guys to consider that, and I really appreciate the fact that you are listening to us and we're able to talk to you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. There's one more speaker, Tracy Singleton. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Singleton. I am currently a TK teacher at Franklin. I'm here tonight to share with you the impact that DLI staffing has had on my career. I would like to ask you to visualize what is happening to me and countless others in our district. Imagine you're walking in from the parking lot and your admin tells you 5 minutes before your staffing meeting that your position is becoming a DLI position. How do you feel? Are you angry? Are you sad? Well, this is exactly what happened to me last week, and I was completely shocked by this information. Immediately, I began to experience every possible emotion from grief, anger, disappointment, and disrespect. These emotions just continue to overwhelm me as I try to go about my days. I am not sleeping, and all I can think about is what new grade and or new school I will have to learn come July. This decision is completely unfair and the exact opposite of what our district leadership promised would not happen when the DLI program was rolled out. I have been at Franklin for 23 years. I have taught kindergarten, second grade, and third grade. I moved down to TK this year because DLI hit our third grade last year. At that time, I volunteered to move to TK. I put a lot of thought behind this decision. One of the leading motivators was staying at Franklin and being able to choose a grade level I wanted, not what was left over. I was thinking that this TK position would be the one I would be able to remain in years to come. This is now the second year that the DLI staffing has moved me from my position. And all I can think about is where can I go where DLI will not push me out? Here's a question I would like answered. If the district was planning to open DLI and TK, why didn't it already happen at my school? I would not have put myself through what I've experienced this year. I spent time away from my own family to get my TK certification this year. What am I going to do with that now? These decisions are being made without any regard for how they affect the individual, the support staff, and the community. In the last week, I've been approached by many who are completely outraged by the decision to change one of the Franklin TK classes into DLI, knowing that myself or my partner will be moved. Teachers continue to sacrifice at a cost to our families, our physical and mental well-being. How disrespected I feel at a time when we are told to practice wellness. This district makes it almost impossible. It's a challenge to say the least. How can I take care of myself when all I can think about now is where I'm going to end up? I am not the only educator being impacted by these changes. Year after year, these changes have and will continue to impact good, passionate, tenured educators. I never thought that after this many years at this site, I would be in jeopardy of losing my place at a school that I love, with a staff and families and children who make it so incredible. I have been a dedicated, overachieving educator who has spent years building relationships with students and their families.
Please conclude.
Is that not what a teacher is? I'm not a spot on a grid, and I am broken.
Thank you. Moving into our superintendent's report. Item A, community schools. Dr. Yadira Moreno, our Director of School, Family, and Community Engagement, has a presentation for us. Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Welcome.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet. I am here with a community schools update. The last time we were here together to speak about community schools was in September, and there has been significant progress since then. So I'm excited to be here tonight and share the last couple months of our work around community schools. I want to start with the first thing, which is our guiding framework, which is transformation. In a community school, the purpose of our work and our collaboration will be to reach transformational goals for our students. And as you could see, this is a framework that we have from community schools, but the most important thing is that big yellow, beautiful ray of sunshine in the middle, which is our students. In a community school, and in all our AESD schools, the students are our center of our work, and we know that we are succeeding when they are academically thriving. What you see in the yellow is the why. The red, the perimeter right around it, is really who drives the work, and really it's the community. It's going to be the school staff and the coordinators, our youth and our family, and our community partners. The outer core is our enabling conditions, which what we also call our pillars, which I'll be going over and just kind of focusing. And then at the end, which are our supportive infrastructures, is the bright blue. That really is our structures, our continuous improvement, our professional learning that we're all that will be guiding the entire work behind community schools. What we know is that a community school will be focused on the whole child, will be student-centered, and the key component is the relationships between the community and the school community and the outside school. Our district steering committee has had 2 meetings. We kicked off our first meeting in November and followed up with a meeting, I think that was 2 weeks ago, February 22nd, where we had our second district steering committee meeting. Our educational partners are represented. Really what we did differently in this graphic is we wanted you to be able to see who represents each community partner. It was, for the last 2 meetings, we've had an average of 30 participants from every organization. We have 2 more meetings planned, April 18th and May 15th. Our purpose of our community steering work is to understand how we can work together. It's almost like how to work smarter, not harder, and have those conversations across our educational partners so that we're understanding and sharing the work that AESD is doing, and then as an educational partner, how can they contribute to our work? A great example will be OCO, where we're working into collaborating and engaging our parents, as you heard in the superintendent's update. Our two school sites, our two community schools, Ponderosa and Revere, have school site implementation committees. This is also comprised of different representations, but the goal of their committees is that they have equal voice and representation of everyone on this committee. The individual school sites began in October, and they meet monthly at their school site. Really, the goal of these steering committee is to begin the work around trust. As you bring the teachers and the community partners and the students and the administration and the leadership team together, the conversations have been in really learning what shared leadership looks like. So it has taken 3-4 months to start those norms and conversations about how will we begin our ultimate goal, which is transformation of our school community. A little update of this. This is actually the Ponderosa steering committee pictured, and including our student representatives, which is so beautiful just to see them interact with adults in a formal setting, in a meeting. They've done a phenomenal job with that, the students at both school sites. But so you know that both steering committees, although they meet monthly, their conversations are different, but with the goal of beginning to discuss how the needs and asset is going to impact the work of the site committee. As a district, we're going to support the steering committees in order to ensure that the needs and assets is reflective and giving us the information needed to move forward. We do have our community schools coordinator, Ariana Mejia, that came on board around November. And we have finally hired our family support navigators at each school site. And they will begin, we had one that began yesterday, Angela from Ponderosa. And then Deborah from Revere will start next week. So they will be training for 2 weeks. And then this will be a full-time staff through the grant at each school site. I want to just briefly go over the four pillars. So again, the 4 pillars are the comprehension strategy that is guiding our work and the committee's work in order to have conversations around how to support our instruction. The integrated student supports, although we know mentoring, mental health, and family services, we know a significant portion is what's happening in our classrooms. And in order to change what's happening in the classrooms, the relationships is key in order to move forward. Building those key relationships with our students, understanding the why of their learning, what they need in order to continue to gain assets and see them thrive in the classroom. Because once they're thriving in the classrooms, we know that the mentoring, the mental health, and the family resources are taking place. Pillar number 2 is expanded learning time and opportunity. There you see our 4 guiding pillars in ELOP, which is student voice and leadership, social and emotional learning, academic achievement, and our esteemed education. Pillar 3 is active school, family, and community engagement. Not only school engagement, but family engagement and community engagement. And really the conversation around these pieces is, what does active engagement look like at our school sites, and how do we promote that? How do we support that? And even from the school, family, and community engagement department is how can we support our faces through engaging our families in quality, active, not only professional development, but activities where our parents support us on our school campus. A great new, I think, caveat to this is just even the volunteers. We processed almost 800 total volunteers across our 24 school sites that are critical to the pillar and the work behind active school, family, and community engagement. And pillar number 4 is shared leadership. Really, it's those collaborative practices around not only instruction, but leadership committees and the family resources. And what we learned through the discussion, not only through the steering committee, but the site implementation teams, is that our district has a significant amount of resources in place. And our role, not only as steering committees, but as a district wide, is to communicate, to align all our resources together so that we know exactly how to best service a family in whatever they might need. So that really is the task of not only the district steering committee, but the site implementation teams, to ensure that these 4 pillars, our comprehension strategy to move forth through transformational work, is being put forth and communicated not only to our school families, but to our entire community. So that's exciting, and that's kind of where we are right now. And one of the pieces that we've done is the communication aspect. When we left here in October, pretty much, we knew that we wanted to start communicating to the entire Anaheim community across our 24 school sites. So as a district, we did a speaking point to understand that a community school, it really is at the core of what AESD believes in all thriving schools have, which is to create a safe, welcoming, and a high-achieving school. So this is our first communication piece, this flyer, as a talking point to all our families across all our school sites. The School Family and Community Engagement Department has started to have community schools meetings. And one of the best thing about these meetings is that we have representation from various schools, right? Because they come down to Key, and we have conversations knowing that there's a parent from Loera, a parent from Ponderosa, a parent from Barton, all together talking about what this work will look like across our 24 school sites. So this supports for them to leave and know what our goal is and where we're moving towards, and that our decision making is being guided by the 4 pillars. So you'll see this in our schools and in our communication. So not only has the School Family and Community Engagement Department started those meetings for all our parents, but we also had our principals lead the communication around community schools at their school site. So in January, what they did is had various levels of engagement pieces, from staff communication, from newsletter communications, from cafecitos, from various aspects of communication at their school site, in order to determine whether they wanted to move forward with the application process this year or next year, or they needed more conversations around it. We had various conversations with the schools, the administrators, the PTAs, wanting to know more information about this. We've been invited to staff meetings, spoken to PTA presidents at school sites about what this means, what it would look like. And after that work, 6 schools have determined that they're ready to move forward for the new granting, for the new funding period for 2023. The 6 schools that have submitted an application are Edison Elementary, Gower Elementary, Marshall Elementary, Olive Street Elementary, Sunkist Elementary, and Westmont Elementary. And what they did together is they compiled almost like a mock application in order to invite their educational partners to prepare for the district grant writing application that is due on March 21st. So we met with the principals. Dr. Grace talked a lot about instructional leadership, how we will support that, what it will look like through professional development. And now we're getting ready to start writing the application. So 6 schools will be moving forward for this grant period. But what was really a driving force of this is that we had a subcommittee formed from the February district committee meeting, and the applications were reviewed by the subcommittee that was comprised of Dr. Grace and myself, but also a parent. The associations were represented, and the conversations were taking place on how did the principal complete the mock application in order to ensure that we're ready to write the real application for the state of California. So one of the big questions is, well, how much is this grant? What are we applying, and what does this look like in our schools? So on March 21st, when we submit the application for the 6 schools, we are considered in the medium. One of our schools might fluctuate into small or medium, just kind of depends on the ADA for the week, for the day, for the month. But as of right now, the majority of our schools fall under medium. That medium is classified by 400 to 1,000 students, which means a grant award of $300,000 for the first year and $225,000 the following 4 years. That is about $1.4 million across a 5-year period. And what this money can be used for is staffing, support services, training, school culture efforts, planning, and data collection. Again, the needs and assets of a school and a school district really drives this work. From our district committee meeting, we created the subcommittees through the collaboration of AEA and feedback from them in moving forward with our work. So the 3 committees that have been, the 3 subcommittees that will be taking place, the grant one already did. The grant application was March 7th, which was earlier this week. But we have 2 more that we will start to continue to implement, which is the district steering committee agenda planning and the needs and asset assessment, where we will meet and plan and work our community schools, I'm going to say to-do list forward. But really what we had is our district educational partners come forth, sign up to being the committees that they would like to participate in order to help guide the work that we have in the next few months. This is truly a team effort, not only from the site educational partners that are represented, but also from the district level. It really is powerful when you see all the educational partners, associations come together in order to have conversations about how to ensure that Anaheim Elementary School District is really putting all its efforts into student achievement and ensuring that our students are thriving through the transformation of our schools. So that concludes the update for community schools. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Dr. Marino. Would anyone like to ask a question? Mr. Alvarez?
Sure, thank you for the presentation. I know it takes a lot of capacity building, I guess, or knowledge-based building with our families and our staff. Could you maybe detail if we've already done some measures to kind of spread the word about how community schools are more than just providing services? It's a shift in pedagogy, a shift in how we see our families as assets, a shift to how we partner with our community. Have we started that work at Ponderosa and at Revere, or is there plans to kind of move forward with educating our staff and our families?
Yes, I could answer that. We started that conversation both at we started at the school level. So our principal started that work. Actually, I'm going to say it started back in December as a leadership team, where we presented at one of our leadership team meetings, which is comprised of our principals, our vice principals, and all types of management and supervisors in order for them to understand what community schools are. That's when we move forward with the communication about educating our school sites. And really the work right now has been centered around the 4 pillars and understanding that shared leadership. Just that pillar alone is has been a lot of communication of what that truly looks like at a school site. And that is the reason why then we began the education piece and the conversation piece through the SFACE department, so that we can also support the work that the principals are doing and provide an alternate time and an alternate format because we also offer virtual programming that parents could link in order to have questions. From those meetings, that's how we began saying, how are we going to start to communicate district-wide our community schools transformation and communication. And we have a lot of work to do. But the conversations have started, and really this last month has been the focus on the principals and really what transformation in a school, in a classroom would look like when our classrooms are represented of a shared voice there and culturally responsive education in order to have active engagement in our schools. So we've really tried to use that as an understanding to get the buy-in of not only in family engagement, right? What does active mean for students, for parents, for community members, and for everyone involved in these efforts. So that's really the little pebble that we've started, but we are excited to continue the conversation. I think what has been, as you noticed in the superintendent's update, what has been really wonderful is in the last couple months, there's been different avenues where the community has come together, both at the Community Schools Transformation Conference that was held at St. Boniface. Anaheim Union High School District had their steering committee kickoff meeting, and seeing our parents involved. And so although this is centered right now at 2 schools, moving forward possibly 8 schools, our parents are involved in this movement. So a role that we have, a reflection piece is, how do we ensure that all our parents that are involved in this movement can help us? So these avenues have opened up. For example, one of the parents on the subcommittee application review team was at the transformation at the community schools Saturday event, and she was there to help us review as an unbiased school because her school was not applying. So getting parents involved that have the knowledge and have done the work outside through an outside agency has also supported us in our work as a school district. So I hope that kind of answers.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Great presentation. I had just a couple of questions for you. First one being, I know that you're handling a lot of complex issues, a lot of moving parts, so it is difficult to strike a balance between having enough voices in the room versus having too many, where it becomes counterproductive or unwieldy or just difficult to manage at some level. But I'm wondering how many parent reps you have for each of the sites, and then how many total reps there are.
Total reps, we have about 40. There is 5, I'm gonna go back to our first slide, or second slide, of our steering committee is comprised pretty much, it's about 40. If everyone was present, it would be about 40. We've had an average of 30 to 32 attending both of the past 2 meetings. And we have 5 educational partners' voices representing our titles. At the site steering committee meetings, it's about the same.
Okay, thank you. You actually answered my next question, which was what the attendance was at each of the meetings, because you mentioned they meet on a monthly basis.
At the sites, they meet on a monthly basis. We decided to do quarterly at the district.
Okay.
So we have 4 scheduled where we have checked off 2, and at the sites, they have monthly meetings.
And that was decided by the membership, the stakeholders within the groups?
Yes,
okay.
And they also decided on what time would be best for them and all of, so that, even for the students, because we're using the students during the school day. Both sites, they are during the school day. So there was a lot of communication about what subject matter they were learning and how to maneuver, music instruction at a different time, so no one's losing, what I mean, so
Right.
that they're
It's
not
just-
missing out on something. So the students were very vocal even about what time works for them.
Right, it goes back to the point about scheduling and just how many
Correct.
members there are, and it's a challenge. But I'm glad
Yes.
you have this slide up, because my next question was regarding the community partners and how their attendance is, because I don't imagine we have all these partners that attend the meetings, even though we have it up on the slide. But realistically, how many of them do we actually have that attend? Or, or send a rep or an alternate?
They have all been there, either at one or the other meeting. So again, we had a November meeting and a February meeting, and they have both attended either or.
Oh, great, thank you. My last question on slide 11 was regarding just if you could distinguish between what it means in the last column.
I'm
Back
not
2
sure
slides. In the last column, it mentions round 2, next round for Barton. Franklin says yes. So if you could just distinguish what round 1 or round 2, round 3, next round, what that means.
Perfect. Round 1 is basically this funding period, which, the 2021-2022 funding period. So our year, we could count it year 1, where Ponderosa and Revere were part of our round 1, year 1 funding period. Our next funding period is 2022-2023, and we're calling that round 2. So 6 schools will be moving forward, and we have a significant number of schools that have said in the next year that they are ready for it. So that means round 3.
Okay, so Henry, for example, would be round 3? It says round 2, so I just want to make sure that's not in this current one then.
No, that is a
just
typo.
okay, all
Great
right.
catch.
Sorry,
Yes.
I'm notorious for finding those, so I apologize
Yes.
for that.
Thank you.
Next.
So my questions relate to this slide as well, and it's going based on that same column. Except my questions are framed a little bit different in the sense of, did we have schools that basically applied for funding for the 2022-2023 year that were not selected? And if they weren't selected, where did they fall short?
We did not. We only applied for Ponderosa and Revere.
I'm sorry, I thought you said that was 21-22.
Round 1, I apologize. Round 1.
Okay.
We only applied for Ponderosa and Revere.
Correct.
And we were successful there.
Cool.
Our next round, which we are currently.
22-23?
Yes. The application has changed significantly. So now we have to include artifacts. So what the principals did as in the mock application process that they kind of submitted to us was provide the groundwork that they have done prior to letting us know that they want to move forward with the application, that can showcase their work and their communication of community schools to their educational partners. So they also were part of a ethnographic study of their community. So they became researchers and went around and kind of studied their school community and created a presentation of what their school community looks like in order for them to truly understand what it would be like to live in that community. Where does a community shop? Where does a community, go buy groceries? Where do they go to church? All of those little pieces were captured in order to be shared with the entire school community. So that's probably going to be one of the artifacts that we use for the school sites. Again, each school site we have to submit to. If I really believe that it's going to be positive and we will move forth and the funding for these school sites will be there. And round 3, the next funding period, which is our green, are the school sites that will be ready in the next school year.
Okay, so
Did that
for-
help?
So for this year, the 22-23, we have 6 schools: Edison, Gower, Marshall, Olive, Sunkist, and Westmont, all applied.
Will apply.
Will
The
apply.
application is due March 21st.
Okay, so in the mock that they've done,
Application.
right? We didn't have any other school site apply. It was just those 6.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So in the mock, so the subcommittee decided to move forward with the 6 mock applications.
Okay.
Yes.
So I was just curious about that as to whether or not we found or it was unveiled anywhere of a school that wanted to apply, but really they're probably not going to get it. Like, if we have any of those or if we're finding any trends with the schools that are applying or anything along those lines.
No, I mean, the trends, a lot, just basically when the principal compiled the information, we saw the needs and attendance, something that we really need to work on across the board. We know that's a statewide issue. And that's how the conversation about active engagement throughout the pillars and through the steering committees of what it would look like, right? Because we see that the needs reflect what does engagement, what does doing truly look like at a school site versus just going through the motions. And teaching and learning was also a significant part of the thriving student.
Cool. Thank you for clarifying that.
Dr. Magalis, did you have anything? Okay, I just have one question regarding, thank you, great presentation, a lot of information. Regarding slide 12 and the funding is for? I'm just curious did you put that in an order of what you think generally the funding, staffing is going to absorb the most and then, or is that it's just not in any kind of real order?
No, that's actually just right off the California Department of Education website and the order they kind of provided for us.
Okay.
But that is, I'm sure that somehow it coincides with, if you go with staffing and you're looking at annual grant amount of 300,000, it's going to absorb quickly, right?
Yes.
So I do think you're probably onto something there.
Well, that's kind of what I was wondering, because staffing is always usually one of the biggest chunks, but I just kind of wondered if it trickled down into, which was, my next question is, can you give an example or some examples of school culture efforts?
Definitely.
The funding, how that would apply or what you would be using that for?
Definitely. If school culture efforts are tied into the grant monies, because again, this is extra. Every school has a school plan that is driving their goals. But if they were to do something with school culture efforts, it could be something as transformational as we've seen some of our schools do like dinner with a loved one, right? Where you invite the families in the evening to share a meal and have conversation pieces. So again, looking differently on how we can engage our families differently, where that could be something that one of our schools has, but not necessarily part of the community schools, magic in a sense. Another thing could be simply as professional development for teachers and student engagement. How do we engage our students differently in schools? We have lots of engagement pieces already embedded, but how do we ensure the professional development is there for our teachers? I think those would be 2 examples of school culture efforts that could easily be implemented within a school and could be a cost to it. Again, there is a million school culture efforts that could be transformational for a school, that necessarily the cost is already embedded in what we are already doing. But there could be other little things that could drive a little bit of a funding source.
Okay, thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. Does that close it up for the rest of us? Right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving into our next presentation, it's the 2022-23 second interim report. Jesse Chavarria, our Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, will give us that.
Good evening, Board President Philbeck, members of the board, and district stakeholders. This evening, I'm presenting to you the second interim report. Before I get started, though, I do want to acknowledge the hard work of our business and fiscal team and their respective leaders, Priscilla Martinez and Matt Slusser. So what is the second interim? The second interim is a report that captures all revenue that is known as well as expenditures from July 1st of 2022 through January 31st of 2023. We then use this information to update our projections for the current year and kind of give us a glimpse as how the district's going to operate throughout the rest of the fiscal year. And we'll provide the board with another report in the form of the estimated actuals when we present the proposed budget for you. So in preparing the report, we have to make assumptions, right, and putting it together, and the assumptions that were used are listed here. ADA funding of $15,005, that the LCFF funding formula is fully funded. Cost of living adjustment this year of 13.26%. A STIRS retirement rate of 19.1%, a PERS retirement rate of 25.37%, lottery funding of $170 per ADA unrestricted, and $67 per ADA restricted. So what are some of the changes since first interim that have happened that we're reporting to you in the second interim in terms of revenue? Under LCFF, we have an increase of $2.4 million. This is mainly due to the fact of a higher unduplicated count. When we came to you with the first interim, we had an 85% unduplicated count. We are very pleased with the efforts of our school offices and calling our parents and making sure that we got the information, and thankful of our education department as well for their effort, because they were able to increase that by 4.1% to 89.1%. Also under the federal revenue, you'll see an increase of $133,000. That's mainly due to an increase in funding in Title I and Title II. Also under state revenue, you'll see an increase of $1.2 million. This is mainly due to the submittal of our district staff for reimbursement under the mandated block grant, as well as special education received a little bit more of funding from the state, about $750,000 more. And then under local revenue, there's about $238,000 more. This is mainly coming from the Disney instrument grant that we received, as well as the United Way grants that some of our school sites received. The same information is listed here in this table. I'll go through it. So LCFF at first interim, like I mentioned, $217.8 million. At second interim, we're recognizing $220.2. That's the $2.4 million that I mentioned, mainly due to the higher unduplicated count. Under federal revenue, $47.9 million at first interim. Second interim, $48.1 million, a difference of $133,000, like I mentioned, Title I and Title II additional funding. Under state revenue, first interim, $95.2 million. At second interim, $96.4, a difference of $1.2 million. Like I mentioned earlier, the mandated block grant submission of those, as well as some additional special education revenue. And then under local revenue, $3.5 million at first interim, $3.8 at second interim, difference of $238,000. Like I said, mainly coming from the Disney grant as well as the United Way grants, and no changes in transfers in. So overall, the total revenue at first interim that we presented to you was $364.6. At second interim, we're recognizing $368.6, a difference there of $4 million. This pie chart kind of tells you each of the funding sources and how they relate to the overall, package as they come. The majority of our revenue comes from LCFF. In terms of expenditures, some of the major changes from the first interim are the following. Under salaries and benefits, you'll see an increase of $3.8 million. This is mainly due to the fact that we converted part-time instructional assistants in our special education to full-time. So we are picking up some of that salary, as well as in the benefits parts, the health and welfare is being covered there. Under books and supplies, an increase of $293,000, mostly due to purchases for ELOP, our after-school program, And some of our sites also made some purchases as well of materials. Under services and other operating costs, an increase of 3.4 million, mainly due to ELOP agreements that they have entered, as well as field trips, an additional 553,000. As you know, our sixth graders being funded by the district, that outdoor ed trip. So they started attending that, so that came into play. And then some maintenance side repairs as well. And under capital outlay and other outgoing, an increase of 507,000. This has to do with projects that we're doing to support the after-school program, such as lighting projects of the lunch shelters, so that, you know, either when they come in the morning that it's not dark, or in the afternoon that there's lighting available. So the same information is reflected here. I'll go through it, through the numbers. Under certificated salaries at first interim, 120 million. Second interim, 120.9 million, a difference of 330,000. Under classified salaries, first interim, 48 million. Second interim, 50 million, a difference of $2 million. Under benefits, at first interim, 89.3 million. At second interim, 90.7 million, a difference of 1.4 million. Under supplies, 16.4 million at first interim, 16.7 at second interim, difference of 293,000. And then under services, 38.2 million at first interim, 41.7 at second interim, an increase of 3.4 million. And under capital outlay, 1.5 at first interim, 2 million at second interim, about $500,000 more. No changes in other outgoing, and under indirect, a difference of 99,000. So overall, at first interim, we reported expenses to you of 320.8 million. Second interim, we're reporting 328.8 million, of difference of $8 million more in expenditures. The pie chart here kind of shows you where the expenditures are going and the piece of the pie in relation to that cost. Once again, we're proud to say that the majority of our expenses are invested in our employees. So as part of the interim report, we also have to put a multi-year projection together. We have to make assumptions in terms of putting these projections together, a multi-year projection. So the following are the assumptions that went into creating this multi-year projection. Enrollment for this year, 14,359. We are projecting a decline of 200 students next year and in the following year as well. Under LCFF, cost of living adjustment this year was 13.26%. The governor talked about an 8.13% cost of living adjustment in January, so we're putting that in, even though that's set in stone. As well as in 24-25, we're estimating 3.54% in terms of a COLA. STRS and PERS, 46.3 million this year. We do see an increase because STRS is staying constant, but PERS will grow to 1.63% more next year, about $800,000 more. And then in 24-25, STRS once again is expected to stay the same, but the PERS grows an additional 1.1%, so about another $500,000 in terms of our cost. Step and column, 2.4 million this year, 2.6 million in 23-24, and 2.9 million in 24-25. So our revenue projection this year is 368.6 million. We're expecting 299.2 million in 23-24 and 285.5 million in 24-25. So what does this mean in terms of our summary of our projected totals? So for this year, we're estimating revenue of 368.6 million, expenditures of 328.8 million, transfers out of $3 million, leaving us a surplus of 36.7 million. With the beginning fund balance of 50.3 million, that leaves us with an ending fund balance this year of 87.1 million. For next year, we're estimating revenue at 299.2 million, estimated expenditures of 335.6 million, giving us a deficit of 36.4 million. Beginning fund balance of 87.1 million. It leaves us an ending fund balance in 23-24 of $50.7 million. And then for 24-25, we're estimating revenue at 285.5 million. We're estimating expenditures at 315.6 million, giving us a deficit of 30.1 million. With the beginning fund balance of 50.7 million, leaves us 20.5 million. Remember, the board has directed us to always have a 6%, right, in our ending fund balance. The 20.5 million meets it, but just by a couple of million there. Some future considerations, and the board has seen before in the past, this future considerations, usually it's a very small list. This one is kind of more lengthy. Enrollment projections is always there, but now we've added attendance rates. We're at 92% attendance rate. Remember, now we're in a 3-year average in terms of our ADA. So a low attendance rate impacts us, not just 1 year, but actually 3 years, right? Of course, an unduplicated student count, that's a concern as well. Rising pension obligations, future negotiations, textbook adoptions, health and welfare costs, special education costs, inflation, one-time funding, and we have added here cash flow. The reason we've added cash flow here is because we've depended quite a bit on one-time funding that we have received from the state and the federal government. And also, as you know, property taxes have increased, meaning that the contribution from the state would probably be less. We would be getting most of our funding from property taxes. Property taxes, when we get those, is only twice a year. When we get the funds from the state, we get it on a monthly basis. So we'll have to it's a consideration, something to consider for the future. So we are recommending to the board to certify our second interim report as positive, meaning that we will be able to meet our obligations this year as well as the next 2 years. In terms of next steps, we have our Budget Advisory Committee on March 30th. The governor will have his May revision, and we will analyze it. There will be a public hearing for the LCAP plan as well as the adopted budget, and of course, then the board takes action to adopt that budget sometime in mid-June. I'll open it up to any questions that you may have regarding our second interim report.
Anyone have any questions?
I just have one question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chaparrilla. Very comprehensive and thorough. My only question is on slide 3. With the STRS and PERS rates, you have STRS at 19.1%, PERS at 25.37%. How does that compare with previous years?
Under the
slide 3.
Slide 3, let me go back. That one right there?
Yes.
Well, we had an increase this year, whereas it's kind of been increasing every year, and we were kind of excited because the projection was that for the next 2 years, at least, it would stay the same for both certificated and classified under the STRS and PERS, right? But we've been informed that the PERS actually will be going up 1.6%, like I mentioned, and an additional 1.1, where they're still projecting the STRS will be the same. So in the past, we've always had to make an adjustment because both of them have grown somewhat, some more than others, but there has always been an increase.
Okay, and that's our employer share, correct?
This is the employer share, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any offset with the PEPRA as we're seeing more employees that are retiring, newer hires coming in? Is that offset at all, or are we just? Is it just not enough of a?
It's not enough of a difference to kind of make an impact, a large impact, yeah.
Okay.
The other piece of this too, as you know, as we converted our part-time positions to full-time, now we have to pick up those costs as well in terms of those. Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? I have one quick question. Back on slide 10, when you're talking about enrollment projections and going down a couple hundred in 23 and 24, are the enrollment, is it just based on kindergarten through sixth. What I'm wondering, is there any connection at all to, as we're building and growing our TK, our preschools and our TKs, you know, it's expected that those kids, a lot of them will remain with us. And so I'm kind of just trying to make sense of it going down versus is there any connection to or consideration or factoring in of the, you know, as we're beginning all of these TK and preschool
And actually,
programs.
there is the factor. So if you recall, in the past, we have presented to you, and it hasn't been 200. It's been more like 400 or 500 in terms of the decline. But because now the TK, we are picking up additional students, so our projection now kind of goes to 200.
Okay.
If you recall, maybe a year ago, it was more like 400.
It was about 400,
Yes,
yeah,
400 or 500.
or a
and
little
now-
bit more.
And also, in about 2 or 3 years, we kind of see it becoming more steady and not so much of a decline with the increase in development and affordable housing that's taking place across the
Okay.
the district.
So there's a few factors that this is based on. Actually,
Yes.
this is a little bit better than what we were projecting
Yes.
before, and it does factor in and tie into some of
Correct,
those.
yes.
Okay, well, thank you for that explanation. It was a great report, and
I just wanted to also add, Jesse, the impact of dual language immersion programs. We're projecting next year about 4,000 students enrolled in our DLI. And we know that neighboring districts are laying off teachers, but DLI has had a very positive impact on our district.
well, I know there's at least a lot of possibility
Yes.
that those numbers will get better and better and better. Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. Moving on to, it is recommended the Board of Education approve the 2022-23 second interim report as presented. And
So moved.
okay.
Second, Alvarez.
And for the public, the Education Code requires school districts to file interim reports at least 2 times per year. The purpose of the interim report is to certify the district's financial condition at periodic intervals during the fiscal year. The second interim report reflects the reporting period as of January 31st, 2023. Is there any discussion on the item? All in favor?
Aye.
And that was all of us? No opposed? Just give me 1 second, please. Moving on to our next item, Mr. Chavarria again will be presenting the 2022-23 transportation plan and J.P. Jones, interim transportation operations supervisor.
Well, hi again. So this evening, we're presenting to you the 22-23 transportation plan. So as part of the 22-23 state budget, the state decided to provide ongoing Proposition 98 general fund monies directed to home-to-school transportation. Now, these are not additional monies. This is just a reimbursement of the actual expenses that the district already incurs. So the enhanced funding, like is listed there, is to support up to 60% of the cost the district incurs, and this is based on last year's costs in terms of the funding for this year, right? And it also will include any cost of living adjustments that take place. So here you see, in terms of the cost for transportation for 21-22. So we incurred expenses of $6.1 million. Under the proposed reimbursement of 60%, we would be entitled to $3.6 million. We already received $1 million, so we have to subtract that from the 3.6. So the potential reimbursement would be $2.6 million. But in order to be eligible for that reimbursement, we need to have in place 3 basic requirements in our plan. We have to make sure that our plan provides transportation that takes into consideration and prioritizes our low-income students as well as transitional kindergartners. Also, that the board takes action, and we'll be asking the board to take action this evening to approve a plan before April 1st, and also that the plan should include that it prohibits the district from charging fees for unduplicated students to ride the bus. So these are the following elements that need to be included in the plan. One is to describe the services offered, how the services to specific students will be prioritized, that the transportation services, a description on how it meets the needs of our students with disabilities, as well as our students who are experiencing homelessness, a description of our unduplicated students and how they're going to access home-to-school transportation at no cost, consult with educational and community partners in terms of this plan, and of course present it to the board, which is what we're doing tonight for your consideration. Next up, I'm going to have JP kind of walk you through some of the information that's included in these elements.
Thank you, Jesse. Good evening, board. Before I start, I really appreciate you guys letting me come out here and talk to you guys. Thank you for that. The numbers you see in front of you would not be possible if it wasn't for our amazing team. We have a great transportation team. We have 50+ drivers. We have 3 dispatch staff members. Our mechanics are great. Our secretaries are great. It's a great team effort. I just want to make sure we notify them and let them know we really appreciate them for what they do. So first off, we are transporting about 1,700 gen ed students, about 400 special education students, which have transportation in their IEP, which means we'll go and transport those students. We have about 31 McKinney-Vento students, which means that those are students that are homeless, stuff like that. We get those students to school as well. We have 24 overflow students. Our overflow students are students that are in a general school area, but their home school doesn't have room for them, so we transport them to a neighboring school. We have 11 students that are in wheelchairs, which we transport daily as well. So that's a total of about 2,200 students that we transport on a daily basis. Not only that, we drive our students about 2,200 miles per day, which equates to about 403,000 miles per school year, which was 21-22 school year. So our board policy is to provide transportation for students that need transportation that are within our 1.25 miles radius. There are cases that we transport students that are within that 1.25 miles when we feel that the area that they're walking through is dangerous or a hazard to those students. For instance, our Gower area, we have Valley and Alameda stops. Gower is about 1 mile away from them. We transport those students to school for the simple purpose to make sure that they're safe. Those students have to cross Crescent, Brookhurst. They have to cross the middle school to get to school. So we feel that it was necessary for us to go transport those students. So that's why we go in there and transport them. There's also additional stops that we'll be analyzing in the future so we can get those students to school as well. 90% of our special ed students receive transportation that's in their IEP. We do home to school, which means we go door to door to pick those students up, transport those students to school, and back home. 10% of those students that has their transportation in their IEP, we allow those students to go to our district designated stops. Next time I'll get a big paper. Students with disabilities, for example, our wheelchair students. Those students, we go into their neighborhood when possible to pick up those students. Some of those students are in areas where our vehicles cannot fit in. We'll have those students walk out to the nearest corner, pick those students up, and get those students to school. Other than that, we pick those students up at their home if they're wheelchair-bound students. So for our McKinney-Vento students, As I stated before, we have 31 McKinney-Vento students. Those students, we will ask those students to be transported. They'll have to walk to a neighboring school. We'll pick those students up from there. If that's not possible, we'll get those students a bus pass that's on the district. We'll pay for those bus passes. Our unduplicated students. Our current age-date policy is that students receiving transportation do so at no cost to the families, which is important for those students because some of those students are in hardship, having a hard time, surviving and stuff like that. And our goal is to make sure that those students get to school, which is their comfort zone a lot of times. Our foster care students, we transport those students at no cost to their family. We use a third party, which is Hop, Skip, Drive. We set up a program for them, get them to school and home, so those students can continue to go to their school site. We try to keep those students in their origin school because it's better for them as well.
So like I previously mentioned, part of the plan calls for gathering stakeholder input. So I just wanted to share with you some of that input that we went out and received from our stakeholders. We had a parent and staff survey that ran for a few days. We went to the DAC, DLAC, PTA, and LCAP meetings to gather some input and share our information in terms of our transportation plan, and we also presented and gather information from our leadership team. So from those conversations and from that input, the survey, some of the areas were, that came up, we kind of gather and put them in 4 different sections. One of the big things that came up in particular from our parents was working with the city. So that is our plan, to kind of connect with the city. They would like to see, if possible, working with the city, if we can post school bus signage at school bus stops so that our students and community know where our bus stops are. Also, if possible, they know that sometimes they understand parking is an issue, but sometimes cars being parked where the bus stops are designated makes it a kind of unsafe for students. So if possible, maybe the city is willing to work with us, making that a no parking area. And then as well, working with the city to see if we can keep our areas clean so that students can experience an excellent environment. Under bus driver training, what came up, a couple of things, is working with our bus drivers to help them and train them in dealing with difficult situations in the bus, as well as it was recommended that maybe, if possible, and we will explore that our special education bus drivers maybe have a list of the students naming their teacher and their classroom number, because sometimes that is needed, in particular as communication happens when they're coming to school sites. And then also, it was evident that there was a need to hire additional staff to improve services. They said with additional staff, you could help reduce the number of students in one bus, improve service by not having too many delays, reduce time students are in a bus, as well as the dispatch office can better serve the parents when they call with questions. And then they also, it was very evident, they want us to continue investing in more zero emission buses. They stated that the health and the safety of students in the community was essential, and this would help with that. It's a great investment, and of course, who doesn't want new buses for the students? So we kind of analyzed there and wanted to present to you in terms of additional personnel. The recommendation in the plan is to add 5 additional drivers at a cost of $372,000 estimated, and 1 dispatcher at a cost of almost $120,000. So a total combined cost of almost $500,000. So that is the plan that we have. We share with the board. It's basically a 1-page plan that's required by the state, and we share that in your board documents with you. So we'll open it up. JP and I are available in case you have any questions regarding our transportation plan.
Board members?
Yeah, 2 questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. Slide 3, there was mention of reimbursements, estimated 60% reimbursement. Is that from the state?
That is correct. The state said we want to reimburse you because they know that it impacts the general fund, right? The $6 million, we have to pay it regardless. So they said, because they were giving us only $1 million, so the district was picking up $5 million. So they said, the state said, wow, we're going to give you 60% reimbursement of whatever you spent the previous year, not counting any buying of buses. This is just the services, right? So we're estimating based on that it would be 3.6 million, but you have to subtract the million you already received. So the potential revenue in terms of the reimbursement would be 2.6 million.
All right, thank you very much. The reason I ask is because our wonderful bus drivers last week, as we heard in a previous presentation, were braving the elements, the road conditions to assist other districts as well. So I'm wondering, is there a mutual aid MOU that we have with other districts?
Yes, actually, as part of the Orange County Collaborative, it is already in place that we support each other. So there's no special other agreements. We bring one agreement to the board for approval in June, and it covers the entire year. And so this is an agreement throughout the whole Orange County to support each other. So if we ever find ourselves in need of additional buses, we reach out to, Orange Unify, Anaheim Union, or other districts that may be available. And there's a standard cost that we charge so that, it's not imposing so much on the fiscal impact in terms of other, that it could impact the district, yeah.
Just a cost recovery.
Yes, so we actually recover more than what we pay, right? But we also don't want to, like, for instance, if an outside entity said, can we use your bus services? It's one other rate that's a lot higher than we would charge Orange Unified if we were helping them out.
Yeah, thank you. Also on slide 11, there was a recommendation working with the city about posting signage, red curb painting. I'm wondering if there's any discussion about having bus stops wherever possible. This may not be feasible everywhere, off of major thoroughfares, because I do see bus stops on the larger streets, main arterials, stop signs, the flashing lights, but cars don't always stop when they're supposed to. So is there any discussion about having smaller, maybe residential bus stop areas, or has it always just been on the major thoroughfares?
So I'm going to have JP answer that question because he's actually the one that assesses where we put a stop, so he can kind of explain why sometimes we have to put it in a major street.
So in that case, say for instance our Haster stop, 2000 Haster, which is the Sunrise Palms Apartments, right? So that's on Haster, the main street. There's no small street that we can go into and pick up those students that live on that side. So we have to stop there. We used to have a stop over there on Mountain View, Wakefield, but those students aren't there anymore. Those are Ponderosa students now. So we're speaking of the Revere students that we pick up there at the French Quarter stops, excuse me. So that's why that some of those stops you see on the big major street are there. We do our best to get them inside the neighborhood for that reason.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a question about slide 11, which is up. Okay. Just curious, how many of the electric buses are we up to now?
We have 14.
We have 14.
And 2 on the way.
I'm sorry?
We have 14 now and 2 on the way.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. What's the projection for adding to that? Is it like we have 2 more on the way, and then are we averaging a couple a year, or are we going out for more funding for that, or grants, or what's our expectation of building this fleet?
So we have 2 on the way, which will be here in August.
In August,
It's
okay.
it's a lengthy process, and it's a competitive process. We did one for the VW grant in October, and we're on the list. They had about $5 billion to spend, but we're on the list. We increased our chances because some districts fell off. So we were at 105 away. Now we moved up to 102 away. Okay. So the young lady told me just keep on reaching out to her. Something may come up. So we are in the process of trying to get at least 2 every 2 years.
Okay.
We try to have a sister bus with it so we could learn and work them together.
That answers it. Thank you so much, and the presentation was excellent.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Item E, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the 2022-23 transportation plan as presented. A motion, please?
So moved. Second, Alvarez.
Any further discussion? Dr. McGallis, were you, no? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I believe that's 5-0. Item F, the Board of Education is requested to declare a public hearing for the purpose of hearing comments regarding the 2023-24 initial contract proposal presented by California School Employees Association and its Chapter 54 CSEA to the Anaheim Elementary School District, AESD, with respect to negotiations for the 23-24 school year. And after hearing input from the public, the board president, I will close the public hearing and act on the following item. Okay, so I can just go forward with that. Okay, so there's no. It's recommended the Board of Education officially receive CSEA's 2023-24 initial contract proposal. Motion,
So moved.
please.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's a 5-0. The Board of Education is requested to declare a public hearing for the purpose of hearing comments regarding the 23-24 initial contract proposal presented by Anaheim Elementary School District to the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 54, CSEA, with respect to negotiations for the 2023-24 school year. Okay. No input from the public. Okay, the board, I'm going to close the public hearing and act on the following. Motion, please. Did I do that wrong?
Will you read the? You need to read this.
Because that's what I'm missing something here. The board president is requested to close the public hearing and act on the following item, and then I have motion, second, and vote. So am I missing something here? I can read it. Which one? Okay. It's recommended the Board of Education officially present its 2023-24 initial contract proposal to California School Employees Association and its Chapter 54 CSEA and direct staff to proceed with the negotiations process. Now I may call for the motion, correct?
So moved.
Second, Alvarez.
I'm sorry, who was the motion?
Lopez.
Thank you. 1 second. Okay, now any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's a 5-0. These presentations have been posted on the district website Board of Education page. We're moving into the consent calendar. Items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and are acted on by the board in one motion. There's no discussion of these items unless a member of the board, staff, or the public requests specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled at this time?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to pull B3 on page 5. Again, that's B3 on page 5.
Let me get there, please. Page 5, you said?
B3.
Okay. All right. Is that it for everyone? Okay, then for the remainder, may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second, Lopez.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And that's a 5-0. Okay, so now we will jump to B3 on page 5. Dr. McGallis, you can verify this. It's recommended the Board of Education approve an agreement between the district and Solution Tree, Inc. Is this the one you're talking about? 555 Moulton Street, Bloomington, Indiana, to provide 3 in-person professional development training to administrators on July 27th of '23 and July 28th of '23. The fee for this service shall not exceed $80,730.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second to discuss.
I'm sorry? Okay, and then now we're into the discussion.
I just wanted to clarify, because it says 3 in-person professional development trainings for July 27 and 28. Are there going to be multiple on one day? Is that why? Okay.
Yes, there will be 3 trainings on each of those days with 70 people in each of the trainings.
Very nice. And I did look at the website. I looked at it extensively just because I'm always curious about professional development trainings. YouTube, I saw their actual personal website, and they have just tons of stuff. Some really great stuff, some stuff that's free monthly, right? And I was like, wow, I'm going to definitely check this out. What specifically are our administrators going to be looking at?
It's our administrators and their school leadership teams will be attending the PLC training.
Okay.
And typically for one person to attend the training, it's about $280 per person.
Okay.
So we really being able to get them at this high impact time for professional development and at a much reduced cost so that we can do it in, we're not doing the training, they are doing the training, but here
okay,
with our own teams all together at the same time.
Cool, here we go. Thank you, that's it.
Yes.
That's it? Okay, we're ready to move forward with the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's a 5-0. Okay. Give me 1 second here. Moving into the action calendar. 9A, the Superintendent's Office. It's recommended the Board of Education adopt Resolution Number 2022-23/45, declaring March 31st, 2023, or the days surrounding it as Cesar Chavez Day throughout the Anaheim Elementary School District.
So moved, Alvarez.
Second, Relis.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It's 5-0. It's recommended the Board of Education adopt Resolution Number 2022-23-4/46 in support of National Child Abuse Prevention Month throughout the Anaheim Elementary School District during the month of April, providing an opportunity to inform parents, guardians, and the community of district efforts in support of child abuse prevention.
So moved.
Second, Alvarez.
Discussion on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's 5-0. Excuse me. Educational Services. It's recommended the Board of Education adopt Resolution Number 2022-23/40 in support of School Library Week, April 23rd through 29th, 2023, throughout the Anaheim Elementary School District to celebrate school library media assistance in this important commemoration of all they do to help our students learn.
So moved, Lopez.
And I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Item 2, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the Facilities Use Agreement between this district and Vista Charter Public Schools, 1646 West Palm Lane, Anaheim, 92802, to allow the charter school to occupy Palm Lane School Site located at 1646 West Palm Lane, Anaheim, 92802, effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, subject to the terms of the agreement. The charter school was established pursuant to the Parent Empowerment Act, Education Code Section 53300. Motion, please.
I'll move the item.
That was Mark? Okay, second? I will second the item. Discussion. Let's have some discussion.
I mean, we have to do it, right?
Well, that's up for discussion.
According to Parent
Up for
Empowerment Act,
discussion.
we have to do it. I mean, I don't want to do it, but we have to do it. We're kind of in a rock and a hard place. So,
Does
law.
Dr. Grace or Dr. Downing, would you like to offer some input on this, please? Please.
Well, what you're approving is the charging of fees for them to occupy the school. And we've negotiated an appropriate charge, including the charge for students who are out of district who would be attending the site.
Thank you. Dr. Grace, did you have anything to add?
No, this will be brought to the board annually. And this year, we also had them go through the Prop 39 process, where they also committed to the number of in-district students they would be limited to.
Wait, I do have a question. Are they, with regard to what is their current population right now, and are they occupying all classrooms? So I know before they didn't.
They have about 284 students. We'll know when we get their second interim, because
So then they don't occupy all of the spaces?
No, they use them for supplemental spaces. They use it for their after-school program, STEAM, language, music, special ed.
Do you know how much space?
They are allowed to use all of the spaces, with the exception of one portable, which was purchased with Head Start funding, so it's not included as part of the state-funded facilities. And through the Prop 39, unless we want to use it for our purposes, and at this time we didn't have any purpose for using any of the space, so they will be granted the use of all of the space and pay the utilities and cost to run the space.
I'm just curious, are they able to sublease that space? Can they make profit off of that space because we're allowing them to, well, they're paying us to use it, but can they sublease?
If the district has a use for the space, the district can use the space. It's a little tricky in that the way the charter was implemented or initially started requires us to allow them to have the space.
But we can approve to give them the limited amount of space and do whatever we want with the remaining space.
If the district has a use for the space. So for example, if...
Could we lease it ourselves to another?
I do not believe so. I will check with our legal counsel and put it into the Friday memo.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Then I'm not ready to vote for this then. I move that we table this item until the Friday memo.
I'm not sure we can do this since we have,
Is
it's
there
already.
a reason why we shouldn't table it from your point of view? Is there a
Ken?
reason why it shouldn't be tabled? Are we under a timeline?
We do need to approve it by the end of the year. We can have answers again in the Friday memo. But because it is a parent empowerment, the charter school took possession of the school facilities.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you okay with going forward?
Yes.
Right now, not?
She just said that
Okay.
they have control of the entire
Okay.
space, according to the parent.
I mean, you don't want to table, you're ready to go forward?
no
Okay,
more.
okay, I just wanted to double check. Just to clarify, well, you had clarified that we do have a count of the students that are out of the district that we are able to charge for, so that was one of my concerns. And my question regarding the contract for, the dates of the contract for the year or whatever, you said that, I'm a little confused, do they do get the full run of the school? Or if we have a reason to need it, can we pull that back? Can we, and is it, if we approve this, is it good for the entire year that they get the whole school for another whole year? Like, we couldn't go in June and say, okay, well, we need it now we need this space. We wouldn't be able to do that.
No, we wouldn't, but I believe that the relationship is there such that if we needed it, we could have a conversation. But right now, it's approved on a year-to-year basis, so they can operate.
Okay, so basically what we're approving is for the year. And then if in another year, we did find use for that space, regardless of Prop 39 or anything, we could limit their, we could take over, we could take space back over, right?
That would be a conversation we would have in negotiating the Prop 39 request.
The request, okay. All right, those were.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Grace, as of right now, they have entity according to the Parent Empowerment Act of the entire facility, regardless of what we want, correct?
With the
Okay.
exception of the
I just
one
wanna make sure.
portable. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was what was a little confusing, because on one hand, it sounds like, well, if we need it, we can have it, but on the other hand, it's like what Mr. Ellis is saying is that really they have through the.
Yes, and at this time, we didn't have a need. If you recall, when we first started the online academy, we had a need and we were using it.
That's what I was kind of wondering about.
But we don't have a need for it
Okay.
at this point in
Got it.
time, and we don't foresee it in the next year.
Okay.
And that's why we negotiated on a yearly basis. We could attach it to the charter, but we don't want to do that because those are 5 to 7 years.
Exactly. Okay, got it. Everybody clear? All right, we have a motion and a second, so we're going to go forward with the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed or abstain? All right, we have a 5-0. SELPA, there's nothing with SELPA. On to human resources. It's recommended the Board of Education adopt resolution number 2022-23/42 for the non-reelection of temporary certificated employees effective June 30th, 2023, as listed on Exhibit 9D1.
So moved.
Discussion?
I would like to just kind of just get some clarification to just make sure I'm reading this properly, and if you can help me out, Ms. Mellon, I'd greatly appreciate it. These are for our temporary certificated employees, correct?
That is correct.
So not permanent and not probationary?
That is correct. Those that have the contract that end June 30th.
Okay. How many permanent or probationary teachers are we having to RIFT this year?
0.
Okay. I get a little concerned just because of the fact that, you know, you hear comments and whatnot about the dual language program and this is having an impact on me, et cetera. But I just want to make sure it's not having an impact on all of our teachers in the district by forcing them to then be RIFT. It's not?
It is not, and it has not.
Okay. So when we hear that I basically am being impacted negatively by dual language, we're talking about a specific school site. No one is losing their job, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because of the fact that I always get very uneasy when you hear things about that, and I just want to make sure that we're doing, that's what I believe we're operating under, and I just want to make sure, because that was our promise, I remember, when we brought dual language to every single school site. It would not negatively impact our teachers, our permanent status teachers. And as long as people still have their job, that matters to me.
They still have a teaching job, yes.
Great, awesome,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Yes.
Was there any other discussion on this? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 It's 5-0. Okay, I believe on item 2 now. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the Anaheim Elementary School District's initial contract proposal to California School Employees Association and its Chapter 54 CSEA with respect to contract negotiations for the 23-24 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez? Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the appointment of applicant number 030-82023-01 to the position of Communications Coordinator, effective date to be determined.
So moved, Alvarez.
Second, Relis.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye, that's a 5-0. Dina Melland, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, will now provide a short introduction.
Congratulations to Belinda Gordillo. Belinda will join AESD after working at St. Catherine's Academy for the last 8 years as Communications and Marketing Director. She has also held other positions such as Communications Specialist and Programs Coordinator. Belinda will join AESD for the 23-24 school year on August 1st.
Okay, thank you. Moving into administrative services, none. So now that brings us to our board discussion and our activities related to school business, and I'll start with Trustee Alvarez.
Sure. So my first item is our trip to San Antonio, where we were honoring Dr. Downing. A lot of fun. I had the pleasure of going on a flight with President Philbeck. We had some great adventures. I will not denote or tell about all of them because it's not appropriate. Not that we did anything bad, it was just kind of weird to share.
Wait a minute. Yeah, you might want to explain. We had some airport incidents.
Yes. Nothing really involving much of anything, but it was just kind of weird to but it was funny enough to mention. Okay. We also, we got to San Antonio pretty late, and everything was pretty much closed except for Whataburger, and Whataburger is just like a fast food chain in the Midwest. So treated her to Whataburger for the first time. There was a mix-up there with the milkshake, another funny story that I'm not going to talk about. But just a lot of fun with our board member Philbeck, and then we got to surprise Dr. Downing at dinner with our people at Save the Music. They were gracious enough to host us as well. I had some great conversation around music and music education and education in general. At dinner with Dr. Downing and his lovely wife, who we got to meet in person, which I really enjoyed. And then we got to celebrate him at one of the kind of like presentations in the morning for the conference. So a lot of fun. We're so proud of Dr. Downing. We're so proud of this district and what it stands for with regards to music education. And we're so happy to be able to accompany him in such a great honor that he got that day. And then on March 1st, I did kind of pop in and out of the LCAP meeting virtually. I'm caught up in having to work during that time. So I pop into the meeting virtually, I listen in, and then something comes up at my job, I have to go attend to it. But I always enjoy kind of listening in to all the things we're doing with our stakeholders. I appreciate that we do offer a hybrid model for a lot of our meetings still. I see that there's teachers and staff and parents on the virtual end of the meetings, and they are connecting still, and I'm glad we're able to offer that. So kind of something that you didn't really think about pre-pandemic about giving access virtually to folks, but when you give it to them, they use it, and it's useful and it helps me connect as well. So I appreciate that we still do that, and that's pretty much my report for today. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you. That's a tough act to follow, Board Member Alvarez, but I'll do my best. I was also able to attend the San Antonio event of the American Association of School Administrators Conference. So congratulations, Dr. Downing, again. It was nice to have your family there as well, and we were able to thank them for letting us borrow you on all of these evenings. I know that you're working on school nights, weekends, early morning, all the time, so it was nice to be able to meet them and to celebrate you for all of the achievements that you've had with Save the Music. February 22nd, I was able to attend my second ever Anaheim Parks and Recreation Commission meeting in the past 5 years, because it's always been on a board meeting day, but since we changed our schedule recently, I was able to go. And my title there, I was the alternate to the ex officio member, which is Dr. McGough. So I had the longest title, which means I had no authority to do anything. So the longer the title, the less authority you have. But it was an exciting meeting because Councilmember Leon was there as well. They had the oath of office for 3 new commissioners. There was I learned about the Senior Wheels program for the elderly over the age of 60, where they provide transportation within a 10-mile radius of Anaheim for shopping or dentist, doctor's appointments. And also it was important because there was mention about an inventory on the trees in our city parks. Which is especially important because we had our own tragedy recently with one of our families here in our district. So they are looking into that and making sure that our community is safe. So the next meeting will be Wednesday, March 22nd, which is at Downtown Community Center. They rotate around the city. Of course, Cabe is the same day. I will try to make that one as well. So I was also able to attend the LCAT meeting, which was here in this room. I was also a little late because due to an IEP that I was attending, which, of course, my late arrival all the time, I try to come in through the back, but of course, the door in the front was locked. So this door right over here was the only one open. So of course, when I walked in, everybody saw me come about 45 minutes late, but I did have a good reason. So, and it was very informative, at least the part that I was attending. I'm sure the entire thing was informative, but the part that I was there I can speak to. So thank you very much, Dr. Downing, Dr. Grace, for that. Then I did my site visits. So March 3rd, Friday, I was able to attend Orange Grove, Jefferson. They had a Taekwondo performance. So that was very intense, being able to see that it was first and third graders doing their Taekwondo performances. So they did their different maneuvers. I did not sign a waiver, so I did not participate in any of that. I didn't want to hurt myself. And then afterwards, it was exciting because they literally rolled out the red carpet for positive office referrals. So students from different classes were able to come down. On the announcements, they had a kind of a wheel that they could, a prize wheel to spin. So they got Funko Pop, firefighter helmets, t-shirts. There was just a variety of different prizes that were there. So red carpet was there, so take that Oscars this weekend. It was a great experience for everybody. Then I was able to attend Mann Elementary with President Philbeck. We toured the Black History Museum, which was a great experience. It did feel like an actual museum with all the plexiglass that was set up, all the student work that was there. There was celebrity memorabilia. Kobe Bryant had a couple of his jerseys because one of the staff members there was a collector. So there was quite a bit of genealogical artifacts were there as well. So thank you, Ms. Felder, for putting that together. Great experience. I do recommend that anybody who's able to go down there to check it out, to take a tour. It was also featured in the Orange County Register last week as well. And then I was able to, while I was there, engage in some Read Across America. So I did have a couple different schools and books and classes that I was able to read and attend. I just wanted to thank Mrs. Smith's class at Olive Street Elementary for helping me read through Lyle Crocodile. That was a first for me. Mrs. Torres' grade 2 DLI at Mann. Right? Yeah. There was a couple familiar faces in there for reading Dr. Seuss's I Can Read With My Eyes Shut. And finally at Ponderosa for the Pride, I was in Miss Martin's class, 6th grade. I always get a little nervous when 6th grade GATE class because I want to make sure I know all the words for the books, but they promised to get me a book where I could actually read it and it wouldn't be too kind of low for the class. They helped me read Rosa's Song, and then I rounded out the day with Miss Ibarra's TK DLI, How to Party Like a Snail. So that was, there were a lot of good predictions that were made based on the title, the covers, a lot of great questions. Most of them were about the books. Some of the questions were about me and what I do, and I did tell them that in just my introduction with the students in the class, that even though we make a lot of decisions here on the board meetings, that I have a lot of bosses, and that's all their parents. But they wanted an exact number of how many bosses I have. So we went through several different questions on a number of bosses that I have. So and then in Ms. Torres' class, I don't know if it was a question, it was more of a dare, but because I was reading Dr. Seuss' I Can Read With My Eyes Shut, they wanted me to read the book with my eyes shut the entire time. So and then I did memorize a couple lines, so when I they caught on after the second page, I think it was. They wanted me to recite all the lines with my eyes closed, so couldn't get anything past them. But if anyone's looking for additions to their personal library, those are highly recommended by experts in the field now, so take a look at those. While I was at Ponderosa, I was also able to make some announcements for, they have Impress passes where they are for good behavior, for being responsible, being safe. So I was able to communicate that to the students there as well. And then during my time, I was also able to tour a couple of the school kitchens just to see with President Philbeck, some of the food quality, the nutritional value, the dietary restrictions that some of our students might have. So the food service workers there did appear to be very knowledgeable and were very helpful answering my questions about that. So I was happy to hear that as well. And then today, actually, before the board meeting, I was over at Benjamin Franklin Elementary for a soccer game. Between Olive Street, I was able to wear it. I was sporting my jersey. So I was there. It was a thrilling defensive battle. 0-0 at halftime. I was knotted up. So I got to get home so I can find out what happened in the second half, since I missed that. And then finally, I just wanted to wish everyone a happy International Women's Day. So thank you. That would conclude my report.
Thank you. Dr. McGallis.
All right. Hey, everybody. Just a few things to share. Let's see. I also attended Read Across America, and but this time I didn't read. I did meet Councilman Leon, my councilman in District 2, and he had shared, hey, I want to read to some sites. And first of all, thank you so much for reading to 3 of our sites. One in his council area in District 2. He went to Clara Barton, and I was there. And thank you, Mrs. Owens, for allowing him to read to the students. It was also really nice because after that, he asked me, hey, you know, can you share with me, you know, the fence that was hit? I was like, wow, you're paying attention, like, you know, it's nice. So I did that. We walked around the park. I shared some of my concerns. So it was really nice to hear from, well, first of all, I'm just happy we actually have a councilman who lives in District 2. Anyways, and it's nice to actually have somebody ask questions and answer my emails, and, you know, so I'm really grateful. So thank you, Councilman Leon, for reading to our students and just, you know, listening. I feel we could work together on some great things in the near future. March 2nd, I did join other elected officials throughout Orange County in the very first ever Orange County Policy Roundtable. There were Vince Sarmiento from the OC Supervisor Vince Sarmiento was there, a few council people, members from Santa Ana, Dr. Rigo Rodriguez from Santa Ana Unified was there. And it was really cool because it was organized by Harbor Institute for Immigration and Economic Justice, and they brought out quantitative researchers from UC Berkeley that did studies throughout the state of California and provided us data on immigration issues. And all we did was we just had a roundtable share out on what we were doing at the county, school board, and city council level. So it was nice. I did ask Carlos Perea, and thank you for the invitation, you know, invite more folks. Why am I the only one here from Anaheim, right? So he did share he would, and that was on March 2nd. Also on Saturday, February 25, I did attend a education conference at our old alumni at Cal State Fullerton titled Building the Education We Deserve. It was offered by Cal State Fullerton, Cal State Dominguez Hills, the People's Ed. It was a great conference. And I actually attended another conference, another state university, Sac State, on March 4th, the 29th Annual Multicultural Education Conference, titled Redefine the Possible, and it was hosted by Sac State's College of Education. I also want to share with all the women out there a happy International Women's Day, and last but not least, I attended my 20th high school reunion. Oh my gosh, at Loera High School. It was at the Yost Theater, and it was just great to see some of my classmates. And I met some that work here in AESD, and they were like, hey, you're a trustee here. I'm all, that's great. And then we started talking about issues. I'm like, I'm here for my reunion, but it's okay. I listened, and that's all I have to report, Madam President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I won't mention that I've had my 40th reunion with Loera. Oh, okay. Mr. Relis, you're up.
Yes, thank you. I too went to San Antonio. However, I was already going to San Antonio. I was going to really go for to show support for a product of our district named Sean Olio, who basically now is opening, and he opened that weekend for Leanne Rhymes. So that was very exciting. Our family's good family friends with his grandparents, so I took my mom and we went over to a concert in a saloon over there in a place called New Braunfels, in the Greenery, I want to say, or something like that. They spell it's pronounced Greenery, but it's spelled really weird. So I don't know. I guess it's Texas. But it was awesome. And so when we found out that, honestly, Dr. Downing was getting an award, that was icing on the cake, because I made sure that I was able to get there in time. It was awesome to be there with my colleagues there celebrating, showing support. The conference overall, we didn't have to stay the entire time. We just heard the beginning parts, which was honestly, it was informative, I thought. I thought it was very informative and really, it kind of got me stressed a little bit, because it was talking about just the high turnover of superintendents, and just the percentage wise, like for example, like I want to say it was Oregon has something like a 60% turnover year to year with their superintendents. And I was like, what, Oregon? I know, it's crazy. So after that, we had a great time touring around. I didn't eat out a whole lot of burger. I just stuffed my face and made a gluttonous pig of myself with no Whataburger, what a bunch of awesome barbecue. So that's what I stuffed my face in. And it was fantastic. Then I also was able to join 4 more PTAs, bringing me up to a total of 19. I joined Marshall, Olive Street, Gower, as well as Patrick Henry. Since I was over in that side of town this week, I was also able to swing by Gower Elementary School, and I had a great conversation with their principal, Principal Gamez, checking out their after-school ELOP program, what's going on there, how has the year been, all that good stuff. I honestly never get to that school site. And I would say it was probably my first time there in a long time. And it just reminded me of like, what a great school, and how we have a lot of awesome schools in our district. And obviously, even though we don't operate as such, but I mean, we each have our own respected school sites that, you know, we go to on a regular basis, and it's easy for us to do that because of the fact that it's within our community. But ours on the far west side of our district, and so just going over there, I was like, I think it's across the street from Savannah, you know, but it just shows you just kind of how exciting it was again. The principal was really excited to see me there, or she faked it. Did a really good job though. Thank you, Ms. Gamez. But it was cool to just debrief with her and see something new, and just experience a new educational setting that I have not been to in a while. On that note, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, some of this will be duplicates, so I'll just kind of go through this quickly. Dr. Downing, I'll just, what everybody else said, we're so proud and really honored to have you leading this district and the recognition you bring to us, and it was a very distinguished award. We were happy to surprise you, and I'll never forget the look on your face when you saw us. That was classic. And I will say that Mr. Alvarez was the perfect traveling companion, really. Thank you for driving to the airport. It was LAX, and driving back, and so you're not wondering. The airport story was just that airports are weird places, and I'll just say that a man got way too much into my personal space, and Juan immediately put a stop to that. That was not going to happen, so thank you for that. I was very, very happy that you were there. We decided he was on major drugs. That's why he did it. So somehow I looked good. I don't know, but thank you, because I was very, very glad that you were there. And yes, Whataburger. Hey, I know now, and it was great. And I think we hit every donut shop on the street too. So it was a very fun trip, and I enjoyed it. But coming back to the reason that we were there, it was just honor to see you receive that award, and we were all so proud and happy. You can see by the pictures that we're just so excited, and meeting your lovely family. That was great. Okay, so then I attended a soccer game at Westmont, and Westmont versus Ponderosa, and it was a great game, but let me tell you, it was cold. It was a week ago, and it was cold, but the kids did great, and there's so much good sportsmanship, and I just love to see those games. I attended at Franklin. We had a champion night, which is a champion family night, which is part of the after-school Anaheim Succeeds program. Mainly, I believe it's geared toward TK and K. And the families showed up, and basically what was done was a survey was done to get a lot of input from them. And there was pizza and veggies and things to drink, and so it was just really a great night, a lot of fun. First five, we're dealing with long-term financial plans, and I mention this because the discussion now is relating to the recent ban on the flavored tobacco products and the impact on future revenues, which is going to hit more than just first five. There's going to be reductions because we depend on that tobacco tax, but now the associated reductions to expenditures. So we need to align those with revenue, and so that affects, first five kind of affects all of us because we have funding from them also. So just thought I'd mention that. I read at Jefferson for Mrs. Hale in the 3rd grade, and got to visit with Principal Victoria and Vice Principal Stewart, and that was a lot of fun. That Jefferson, Dr. Song, sorry, and Miss Victoria and Miss Stewart were at Westmont, where I read for a 6th grade class for Mrs. Boyd, and that was pretty good. The kids were really attentive, and they're always just so sweet. They really enjoy being read to. They really do, and it's always fun to go and do that. Just attended the Orange County Forum State of the County luncheon, which also there was a lot of things that relate to our community, to schools, to just a lot that goes on. I went over to Edison and ran into Mark Anderson over there. I went for one thing, and Mark Anderson grabbed me to go see the mariachi after-school classes, the violins, the trumpets, and the guitars, and it was just great, and I just walked away so proud of that program. It was just wonderful. But I had actually gone to see Baba, the storyteller, which is one of our ELOP assemblies, and I'll just say he was very entertaining. It was interactive. He presented music and songs from West Africa, storytelling, and they participated. The students all participated. A lot of his stories were on how to speak with kindness and wisdom and giving your word and promise, things that were very heartfelt and that the kids learned from. So I enjoyed that. Let me see. And then also attended a virtual DLI information meeting. I've been to them here in the district, but then this one was Zoom. And thank you, Lizette, Seong, and Magali. It was very interesting, and there was a lot of people online. So let me switch gears here. Okay, so then last Friday I attended a breakfast for student superheroes at Bowers Museum with Miss Doherty and Carmen Cunningham and the curriculum coach Christian Visser. The student from Price was Michelle Vergara, and I don't know what's on the screen, but that's okay. And she was the recipient of this Hero Award, Student Superheroes. And it's about students who demonstrate strength and bravery, and they've lived through some unusual times dealing with things as well as their own special challenges. And their stories are of hope with the message that we're going to thrive and live life to its fullest no matter what the obstacles. And so there was a lot of great stories, and congratulations to Michelle Vergara. Also the Black History Museum, which literally just blew me away. It was so amazing. I wish everyone could see that. I enjoyed getting to tour that with Mr. Lopez, and congratulations to Mrs. Felder and whoever participated in that, because that was one of the most amazing things that I think I've ever seen that was put together. And then also, as Mark said, the food distribution, which we got to go down and kind of watch that wild and craziness, which was fun. But also, as we left, we stopped in a classroom where one of the behavioral health aid supervisors for Anaheim Succeeds, Jimmy Guidos, was doing Fire Fridays, which he does once or twice a month. And I gotta tell you, that was one of the sweetest things I have ever seen. What he does is he washes the kids, cleans their tennis shoes or their shoes. And while he does, he has conversations with them, just light-hearted, conversations with them. And we weren't eavesdropping, but I could hear a little bit of some of the questions that he was asking. Just how are you? How are things going? But what I did notice is that the kids, when they were talking to him, were so relaxed and comfortable and just at ease. And it was just really a special moment to see that interaction. So thank you, Mr. Guidos, for doing that. It was something very, very special. I was over at, where was I? Ballet, Orange Grove, and Councilwoman Norma Kurtz was there. It was an after-school assembly for the Extended Learning Opportunity Program, and through Segerstrom. Actually Anaheim Ballet, but put on the program through Segerstrom. And it was wonderful. It was just beautiful. And that was a cold day too, but they're out there in the tutus and, doesn't bother them. Thank you, Dr. Moreno, for attending the YMCA Gala with me last Saturday night. We had a lot of fun, and hopefully a lot of donations and money was made for the YMCA. And then today, just before here, a few hours before the meeting, was at Price because they won a sustainability award from the City of Anaheim Utility Department for their, Dr. Downing, help me, it was for their recycling program, which they've had in place, I think, a few years, about 4 years, and they're just really rolling with it, and they're just doing a great job. So the city came out, Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba and and a couple of people from the utilities, Dooku Lee, I believe, and someone else, came out from, shout out to Maryland, to present these awards, and all the students got Chromebooks. They got Chromebooks, and the school did, yes. The school. And the students got backpacks, so thank you, Dr. Downing, for the assist. And so it was, it was really great, and it was quite an honor. They were very happy. And with that, I will just say Happy International Women's Day also. I'm privileged to know so many great, really wonderful women, and I think we're all pretty fierce, so happy. There's some fierce ones out there, I can tell you. So happy Women's Day. And I would also like to just take a moment as we close out the meeting in memory of Maria Cruz, an AESD parent from Orange Grove Elementary who died on February 19th in a tragic accident. And Mrs. Cruz was a parent leader with us, and she will be missed by the entire Anaheim community and especially by AESD. So I will close this meeting out in her memory. And if there are are there any future agenda items?
I do have one, Madam President.
Okay.
I know that 2 months ago, the Santa Ana Unified School District passed a land acknowledgement resolution. And last night, Anaheim Union High School District also passed a land acknowledgement. They passed it unanimously, 5-0. So could that be possibly something that we could look at as well in the future? A land acknowledgement. Land acknowledgement for the Hachiman and the Tongva peoples.
Nothing?
I don't have any items, but I think we should sing something to someone.
Oh, yes, okay. Thank you for that reminder. Well, we did have a birthday yesterday, Dr. Downing, and I stopped by here, and I know Jesse came by, and he has a lot of treats in his office, which we tend to load him up with the pies and the cakes and everything, but we wish you a very happy birthday, and I think I also added that, and a very long life here at AESD. Many wishes, so let's sing happy birthday to Dr. Downing. You want to start us off?
1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dr. Downing. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
All right, and if there are no other items, I will, again, in memory of Maria Cruz, adjourn this meeting. And our next regular board meeting is April 5th, 2023, and I adjourn at 9:07. Thank you.